Always do it on my own, so I gotta get through it. And the only thing I know is to love what I'm doing. Never give up, never slow, till I finally prove it. Never listen to the no's, I just wanna keep moving. Keep my head up when I act, head up, that's a fact. Never looking back, I'ma keep myself on track. Keep my head up, staying strong, always moving on. Feel I don't belong, tell my thoughts to move along. Push myself to be the best, die with no regrets. Live with every breath, see my message start to spread. And I had so many dreams, when you hit your teens, life ain't really what it seems. Try to find out what it means. Always do it on my own, so I gotta get through it. And the only thing I know is to love what I'm doing. Never give up, never slow, till I finally prove it. Never listen to the no's, I just wanna keep moving. Yeah, I put out all this art, it's my only medicine. Yeah, everything I do, I'm just being genuine. Yeah, I'm sick of being screwed, feel my own adrenaline. Yeah, I do just what I do, and I hope you let me in, yeah. Stable, oh yeah, no label, oh yeah, you know me. I have only a path, I'm lonely, but damn, I'm going to I don't want no fake love, I want the real stuff. Everybody listen up, cause I'll only say it once. I'm gonna show you all the path, if you want it bad. I'm gonna show you where it's at, yeah, how you can get it back. Yeah, cause I ain't never done, I'll be number one. Working hella hard until I get just what I want, yeah. Rises like the sun, yeah, fatal like a gun. Shooter's gonna shoot and I'm gonna shoot until I won, yeah. Always do it on my own, so I gotta get through it. And the only thing I know is to love what I'm doing. Never give up, never slow, till I finally prove it. Never listen to the no's, I just wanna keep moving. Yeah, I put out all this art, it's my only medicine. Yeah, everything I do, I'm just being genuine. Yeah, I'm sick of being screwed, feel my own adrenaline. Yeah, I do just what I do, and I hope you let me in, yeah. I'm grateful, oh yeah, able, oh yeah, I'm stable, oh yeah, no label, oh yeah, you know me. I have only a path, I'm lonely, but damn, I'm going to win, yeah.
Good evening, everyone. I am the Dreadist, and welcome to my humble abode, the shop of all horror and dread. Please take a seat and enjoy the show, because today we are playing Vampire the Masquerade Bloodhunt. But first, let me greet my wonderful viewers in the chat. And congratulate Nakio for being the first, just a moment before Zap redeeming the daily check-in. And Zap joined my stream 128 times. That is 2 to the 7th power, I do believe. That is dedication. Thank you. I'm at university. It's full. How dare they be here? Well, I guess you went to the university for a reason. Perhaps the same reason why they are there. I'm not sure. But I hope you will be able to fight through the crowd. Nekio is cheating, clearly. Perhaps, I'm not sure. Nekio likes to just jump in and redeem something before vanishing right away. He doesn't stay around for long. But there's another thing that will vanish soon, and that is the game we will be playing today. Now, I said that the game servers will be shutting down on the 28th of April, and today is the 22nd. However, an interesting detail, the Twitch drops of this game are still active until the 24th, so technically you should be able to unlock them by watching my stream today. I'm waiting for the bus and I'm hungry. And I guess all those reasons made you choose violence today. Or more specifically, booping. Which is, I'm pretty sure, a synonym of violence at this point. And it's too sunny. Oh, that darn sun dares to shine. Any other things you are not happy with? But let's look at the brighter side of things. I'm sure there is something nice about your day. I'm crouching in the shadows like a little vampire, fitting for today's stream. So, will we address the booping, or that just a side activity? It's like a stress ball for you, except you use my nose. Well, I guess I'm kind of lucky that you are not squeezing my nose, just booping it. Though I will have to slightly change this redeem because it's rather one-sided, you see. Oh, that's a long message. Let's see. I've been watching your streams. You've got a natural vibe that stands out. I honestly doubt that. With the right push, you could grow fast. I know someone experienced who helps streamers build real viewers. Build viewers. Not a community, but viewers? Like bots? Because you don't have to build those. Many people, I'm still rather sure, purchase such things, but I'm happy with my human viewers, thank you. And active communities, oh, that makes more sense. If you're interested, reach out on Discord and mention Marvelini. Ooh. Here's a slight problem with that. Bot, yes, probably a bot. But here's the thing, why I can't really believe that such a message is real. But first, let me get rid of this darn finger because okay. So here's the thing. No one uses an M dash as a comma except me. But even I use two hyphens because the M dash is not part of the standard keyboard layout. I think some programs like Microsoft Word replaces two hyphens right after each other with an M dash, but not in a chat like this one. I do if I'm fancy. Oh, I'd love to see you fancy. But yes, this is just some silliness here. Even though I do like how I got a little message above this comment saying possible ban evader. How can you evade a ban? I'm not sure, but I guess we are going with the manual mode of banning. I don't have my stress ball with me either, cause it's in my jacket. I see. So you go with the next best thing, which is my nose. That is slightly flattering, but it's not too nice that I got beaten by a stress ball. Like, second place is good, but not if it's a race with only 2 participants. I mean, I'm still in the top 3. Ouch! Do you bite your stress ball too? I'm not sure if they are made for that. Ow. I have plenty Steam toys though. I am sure that is the proper name for these kind of items, but yeah, in my mind it sounds rather questionable. Let's just say that. Let's not get down into that rabbit hole. I mean, I guess it's a different type of toys for adults. I should shut up. Yeah. Now, with that said, let's get ready for today's different kind of Steam toy. Yes, but then again, I don't judge. I don't judge. If that's what helps someone with the stress, why not? A bit of stress relief, as they say. It's good for your health, probably. Now, where was I? Oh yes, to the game screen. But what is that hand doing? What? Why is it there? It shouldn't be there. Stop it. Now, where are we? In the lobby. Yes, no surprise. Well. Everything seems to be still working, which is a good sign. And there are still a few players scattered around in Elysium, which is nice to see. I guess this game will not be shutting down its servers with 0 players. But there is a new little message displayed in the bottom left about the server shutting down on April 28th. Reminds that a adult toy store open nearby. They have a mascot running around as a satisfier. It's hilarious. Oh. No, I really want to see it, you know. But I can't ask for pictures. It's not appropriate. But hey, that's marketing. I'm not sure what happens if a family sees it and the kid goes, "Oh, what is that person dressed as?" That would be an interesting conversation. Well, let's see. What do we have for today? Well, Last time we looked at the Warden archetype within the Ventru clan. And one thing that I did not mention about this archetype is that I have a suspicion about it. And that is that it wasn't initially part of the game. At least not when it launched. And I have found two subtle hints. One I already talked about before, and that is here in the mastery challenges under the clans category. Because here you see every archetype has two specific challenges. One for reaching level 20 and one for reaching level 25. So here we have the Brute, here we have the Vandal, the Prowler, the Saboteur, actually in the order as they appear on the archetypes page, I do believe. The Siren, the Muse, then the Enforcer. The Enforcer being one of the Ventru archetypes. But then, instead of the Warden, the second Ventru archetype, the challenge list continues with reaching player level 25, 50, 100 and 200. Then it shows a different kind of challenge, which is win 5 times as the specific archetypes in the same order: Brute, Vandal, Prowler, Saboteur, Siren, Muse, and Enforcer. And only then do we get the challenge for the Warden archetype, level 20, level 21, 25, my bad, and winning 5 games. So it seems like to me that the Warden archetype was added after the initial release of the game. The other hint is hidden in the trophy list of this game, or rather the lack of a hint, I guess, because every archetype has a specific trophy asking you to do something that is uniquely connected to that archetype's power. So, for example, if I remember correctly, with the Enforcer we had to use the Unyielding Charge to dash through a certain number of enemy players. And all of these 7 archetypes had a trophy like that. But the Warden did not. No, the game didn't get any additional trophies after its launch. It still has the base trophy list. I'm not sure if any of those trophies were ever updated or changed. They might have been, but there are no additional ones. So it seems that the Warden wasn't part of the game initially, and as such it doesn't have a trophy, and it never got one as a sort of add-on or update one. So this archetype seemingly was added later on, but it is not the only one, because there is another one, and that is a completely new clan and a new archetype. However, since after it was added to the game, it was announced that the development would be ending for this game. This clan never got the second archetype, and the one that it got as the game got frozen in time still is being announced as a new one, and that is the Tremere Scholar. Now, I have to admit, I know really little of the Tremere clan. It is a rather mystical one and quite supernatural, even compared to the Kindred overall, because they are blood sorcerers. Now, I said before many times that I try to have a male and a female character in every clan. So in the Bruja, the Brute is a female, the Vandal is a male. In the Nosferatu, the Saboteur is a male, the Prowler is a female. In the Toreador, the Siren is a male, the Muse is a female. In the Ventru, the Enforcer is a female, and the Warden is a male. And I guess you can already see the problem. The Tremere clan only has one archetype, the Scholar. And so I decided in advance that I would make this character of mine a female one. And because of that, I will be able to show you what creating and customizing a character is like. Because even though I already did that in the previous stream with the Warden, that was a male character. So let's see if there are any additional options that we have for a female character. But first, let's look at the abilities. Now, again, since this clan only has one archetype, the clan power, even though it should be shared between the archetypes, is only available to the Scholar. And that is levitation, lift into the air. So it's really flying, gaining the ability to fly around. Now it's interesting, it says drains levitation resources when in use. And we did see someone use this power before when I was playing either a duos or a trios game for one of the collectibles. A teammate of ours was flying around like this, and I had a really difficult time catching up to them. So apparently they were a Scholar. Intriguing, as you can see, already a rather supernatural power. And then we have the archetype power, which is the Blood Lance. Launch a piercing spike of blood forward, dealing damage to enemies. Allies are healed by the projectile. Now that is interesting, and that highlights an aspect of the game that I don't really care about as much or show you thus far, and that is playing in duos and trios, because most of the time I play solo games, so I am on my own, and all of my abilities and weapons and equipment, they are used to help me survive and help me come out on top. But indeed, if you are playing in a game with a team, you can play a more supportal role, and healing others, especially from a distance, is extremely useful. You heal yourself and gain levitation resources for each target hit. Ooh. Enemies that are down from this power instantly explode. Verb, I know what we are doing today. We are making someone explode. And then we have a passive power. Vital knowledge. What does this do? Briefly reveal enemies you deal damage to for you and your allies. So again, there is an emphasis on team play here, much more than with the other archetypes, I would say. And that might be because the scholar is not really an archetype that is focused on brawl like the Bruja or really fighting overall. They are not tanks of sorts like the Ventru in this game. They are not sneaky like the Nosferatu. They support their team in many ways by revealing enemies, by healing their own and damaging their enemies, and also by quickly traversing the map, which can be extremely useful if you need to help your team by, let's say, getting out of a fight and reviving your fallen teammates. So it's really interesting that there's a big emphasis on team play here. Though I wouldn't say that a Tremere is lost in a fight. We have seen many players embracing this archetype, and they can be just as deadly. And I think that shows that even though there are classes or archetypes in this game, since it is a battle royale, everyone mostly starts with the same blank page in the beginning of a match. And of course the abilities, the perks, they change things a bit, and they support a specific playstyle. There are certain strategies, for example, how I think the Saboteur can set traps with the sewer bombs, which we ran into multiple times, and so how effective that idea is, or how the enforcer can become invincible for a moment and turn the tide of the battle. But overall, as much as there is a difference between the archetypes, they should still be mostly balanced. And maybe that is one of the reasons why this game didn't become as popular, because the whole idea of having archetypes, of having different abilities and perks, makes the game somewhat unbalanced. Because as much as I didn't really see the kind of rock paper scissor type of construct amongst archetypes here, so there isn't a clear-cut answer to which archetype is the most effective against another one. And also there are, well, 9 of them, and initially it seems there were at least 7. It's really difficult to balance this many different archetypes and powers and perks and everything, and make the game fair to everyone in a way. Because even if the archetypes are balanced, the players will come up with ideas and tricks how they can make the most of a certain archetype that is rather difficult to counter. Of course, there is always a question of skill. You can always be better and better and better and be able to defeat anyone. We have seen players with level 400 accounts. But in my opinion, in a free-to-play game, one of the most important things is to make the experience fun for everyone, and not only those who spend the most money on the game or those who spend the most time in the game, but casual players as well, because most of the player base will be casual players, and you need a rather sizable player base to make the game successful. And not only because more players mean more money, but because if the player base goes down, the matchmaking times will increase. The number of bots in games will increase, and even those who are good at the game or who enjoy the game will face troubles by being forced to wait more for a simple match, or not really being able to fight against players who are on the same skill level. Because as a player base and the number of players decreases, you run into the trouble that you cannot sort those players into specific skill groups or ranks or whatever you want to call that system. And so you will end up with something like my experience, which is I'm level, let's say 40, and I'm going up against level 100, 200, 300, 400. And of course I'm getting absolutely destroyed. And I'm not really having a good time because I'm getting destroyed in a fight that is pretty much impossible for me to win. But the other player is also having a less enjoyable time because they don't get a challenging duel at the end of the match, for example. They don't get another high-level player who would be able to match their own skills and provide a fun experience in game. And that's why I think many free-to-play games slowly lose their fans, because the developers or the company behind the game wants to maximize profits, and they only care about those players who spend money on the game, then in reality you need those players who maybe spend nothing at all but their time on the game, because time is a currency. And as much as dollars and euros are really important for companies, time is much more valuable. And in many of these multiplayer games, especially PvP games, you will hear the same complaints about how there are more and more bots in matches, and that's not really fun, because the players who are not appreciated by the game will slowly leave. And at the end of the day, the whole system just crumbles. So it might have been part of why this game didn't work out as well, that they tried to bring classes into a genre of sorts. I'm not sure what Battle Royale games would be called, but into this Battle Royale idea, whereas really the most base rule of Battle Royale games is the fact that everyone starts every match with kind of the same loadout, abilities, items, whatever. And here they try to mix it up, and I like that idea. But it's kind of going against the Battle Royale mindset. And if you are playing a multiplayer game like me and not really care about winning or losing, it's not a huge deal. But if you're more competitive, you will really quickly realize that if there is a stronger archetype or perk or something, then that one will be used by the top players. And if you want to be successful and win, you are somewhat forced into playing that character or style or whatever, even if you don't really enjoy it. And I faced that in multiple games where I really quickly realized that the game kind of pushes me towards playing in a certain style with a given setup, and I just didn't want to do that because I didn't enjoy it. And so I had to choose between enjoying the game but getting destroyed, or winning but having little fun. Now with that said, let's look at the archetypes. So once again, they are all logged except for the one that you get at level 1, since the base archetype level is 1. I have never played a match with the Scholar or the Tremere clan, so this perk is unlocked by default. And then we have one at level 3, level 6, level 10, 12, 14, 16, 18, and 20. And you can see again that many of these, or really all of these perks, we have already seen before at other archetypes. but their order is different. So for example here, the Marshal is the reward for level 20. With the Warden, the Knight is the reward for level 20. So there is a different order to these perks, and there's a bit of variety. I think there are overall more than 9 perks, but I guess we can check it ourselves. We have the Marshal here. We also have 4 different blood resonances. Here we have the Phlegmatic and the Melancholic. So let's look at the Warden. Here we actually don't have the Marshal at all. We have the Cleric and Phlegmatic, but we have the Creeper, the Juggernaut, and the Veteran. And here we don't have the Creeper or the Juggernaut or the Veteran. We have the Physician, the Impervious, and the Survivor. So indeed there are more than 9 perks. I don't think there is a perk that is exclusive to any clan or archetype. They're kind of mixed between them and shared between them. But every archetype has their own set of 9 in a specific order in which you can unlock them. With all that looked at, it is time to look at the character creation or customization. As I said, we will be creating a female character, and you can already see that there is a difference here with the number of options, because with the male we have facial hair and facial hair color. With the female that is not available. I arrived home. Welcome home, Zeph. I hope that your day was successful and you got everything done that you wanted, and you get a moment to spend on yourself. So the body type we already chose. Let's look at the head. Well, I don't think there are many different models overall in the game. Obviously we have different face structures and skin tones, but this face really reminds me of my Muse character, so I think I will go with this appearance now. With the skin tone, I don't really want a pale one or a really dark one. I want kind of in between. Maybe this. Yes, this is nice. Then a haircut. I don't have many haircut options, I admit. I still have to cook. Oh, can I ask, what are you cooking? Something delicious, hopefully. I always get hungry when talking about such. But that's what it is. Well, we have the bold or hairless, the buzz cut, the crew cut, the dreads, which has nothing to do with fear, I think. We have the fringe, that's not bad. Ooh, long side cut. All those braids are nice. Messy bob. Why is Bob messy? Tidy up yourself, Bob. Pasta with garlic parmesan sauce. Garlic. Are you trying to ward off some vampires, perhaps? Well, I'm not sure which one would be the best. This fringe is actually not bad, but this long side cut with the braids is the one I'm most interested in right now. Let's see a hair color. No, I want a more colorful, kind of an extreme character. After all, we are a blood mage. The one detail that you can see here, and which I have to admit I never really thought about, is how even the hairstyles are set up to work with multicolored hair. So instead of just being in stripes or randomly, here you can see that the braids are in different colors, and the tips of the hair are different, which again speaks volume of the lengths the developers went to create all of these cosmetics. Nah, that's just one color. I think I already did one like this. Emerald, no. Fire. Gold, honey, no. Ignition. That's interesting. Interdimensional. Maybe. Oh, this is actually looking good. Mint. Void, that is the really dark one. Ash Gray, I think this is the one I used with the female Ventru character. Caramel Blonde, Champagne Blonde, Charcoal Black, Chocolate Brown, Classic Red, and Silver Gray. What I'm thinking about is either the purple one here, this red, or this bubblegum. I will choose this purple for now. We might return here. Eyes. I mean, we are blood mages. We have to have glowing eyes. That's not bad. I used the pink one already. I mean, heterochromic, not bad. Not bad at all. This white one is rather strange because of the pupils. And this is rather unique as well. Like crystals. Let's go with this for now. Well, we'll see. Chibbed. Now flat. Fuzzy. No. Sleek. No, I want something interesting. Short. S-shaped. Hard. Soft. Thick. Thin. And trimmed. Trimmed is not bad, but it's too well kept. I want a wilder one. Maybe the soft. Short. Sleek. I mean, maybe the chipped would work. Let's see. Eyebrow color. Something dark, probably. That works with the purple, and I think that will be the charcoal black, actually. Makeup, okay. Let's go wild. No, I already did this. You know, this might actually work. Nah. No. Bronze shadow, rather subtle. Cat eye. Actually, here it looks pretty good. Wasn't this the one I said that didn't look overly good with the other character? Maybe it's the face model that changes it. That's a bit too much. Full shadow. The lips here are just I'm not sure, just too glossy for me. This one is not bad, especially with the eyes or the tears. You know, Blood Mage, Rose Tears, kind of makes sense, but I think this looks actually pretty well. Tattoos. I'm not sure if the lingerie is specific to the archetype or the clan, but this one is actually pretty nice. Angle of attack. No, I want something spiritual. No. No, too much. Too red. Too tiny. Ooh, this might be good. Not sure. Centipede. Also, it's called Scarlet Centipede, but it's black. And where does it go? No, now that I look at it, it starts on the hand or ends on it. It goes up on the shoulder, and then it just disappears underneath the bra, and then it restarts on the back and goes around the thigh and again just disappears. Oh no, it's down there, so it goes all the way down the leg maybe. So the other one is just on the breast. Not a big fan of neck tattoos. Like mist. Not bad. Violet web. This actually does look colored. Instead of black, slightly purplish. Light one. Graham head. I already used that. Without end, that's another neck tattoo. I think this is the best one. Even though I never noticed that it also has markings on the head. Maybe because the image of it on the left doesn't show the head. But I think this one is the one that looks like sigils and magical runes. So let's go with this. Also, I like how it says clear skin if you don't want any tattoos. Okay, now let's choose the piercings first. That might work, especially because I think this earring is only in the left ear, so it really nicely works with the asymmetric hairstyle. And nah, this is too much. Snakes, not bad. It doesn't really stand out with the dark hair. Spikes, again, more of a bruhating. Everlasting. Now I was curious if the cut in the eyebrow would line up with this piercing, but it doesn't seem to. No, it's slightly off the cut there. I think the best one is actually this. Even though it's more of a geometric shape. But with this chosen, I think we should look for another eyebrow that works better here. The short is not bad. I kind of imagine this character already as one who looks kind of innocent with a smiling face, but at the same time capable of killing you with a flick of the wrist. Let's see, hard. This soft is not bad, or this short. I think the short is the best because that is lighter in tone. It's not as full, and so the attention is brought to the eyes more. And since the makeup is not as heavy, you kind of have to be more reserved with the rest of the choices to let the eyes stand out. But with the hair, I'm not sure if this hair color is what we need, because I chose the yellow highlights for the eyes. I chose the yellow green kind of galaxy gemstone eyes, so maybe this will work better. We could obviously go with gold or honey, but that's simpler, so maybe this is a better choice. I'm not sure about the haircut. We could go bold, absolutely. It could work. Or something cleaner. This would hide most of the tattoos. Or even this. Even though this would hide the earring. But I think this is like a wild one. It shows that she's from a younger generation of vampires. And maybe this earring will work better with that, because now it can contrast with the orange yellow hair better. And again, snakes, kind of mythical. Mask. I don't really think a mask could work here. Again, as much as the masks are fun, it mostly hides all of your detail work with the character. This one worked with the Ventru because it doesn't hide as much. Even though I have to admit this mask kind of looks nice with this character. But I think I just go no mask. Eyewear. Maybe we can find something not really into the punk thing here. Ooh, this is a This is a confident look. I could see this one. Kind of. Nah, that's too... It's too much, that's too high tech, that's too rose. That's too much design. That's too 80s. That just does not mesh with the age. This might work, and this might work because the two eyes are different color. And because the lens is tinted, it brings out the purple in that eye even more. And also it makes the yellow wing makeup or bronze pop even better, which is lovely. And these are the details where I start wondering if the developers made these items with the other customization options in mind, because many of the earrings only apply to the left ear, and the hairstyles where the hair is longer on one side has the longer strands on the right. This eye option has a more purple left eye and a green right eye, and this monocle of sorts has only a left lens which is purple. So there might be one that is only on the right and that is green. I mean, this is not really see-through and this is purple, so perhaps I don't have it, but I could see it existing. I have to admit, I'm not sure what the chain is linked to. There is a metal piece there, but it doesn't necessarily make much sense, since it is not holding anything. However, I do think this will work. The emotes are the base ones, and we already set the player icons and banners. So we only need the outfit. These are all the same outfits that we looked at before. This could work, but it's too ceremonial in my opinion. Now, some of them are obviously linked to certain clans, certain archetypes, and specific genders as well. They can only be used on male or female body types. But we do have a Tremere exclusive outfit, which was actually the last one on the list previously. Now it is the first, and that is this one, which is absolutely beautiful. And it shows that even though the outfit uses almost only different shades of black, the varying textures make it look so nice. The fabric, the silk-like ribbons, the leather on the top, so beautiful. and all the details that are really difficult to see underneath the coat, the belt, the golden necklace, the inside of the coat seemingly a reddish color, and there is a kind of vest, I think, or shirt underneath that is a darkish blue, which works nicely with the hair, or the tips of the hair, and the orange kind of works with the gold necklace, as well as the bronze eye makeup, and even the chain of the glasses. I'm not sure what the design is in the middle. It almost looks like a clock, but again, it's really tiny, and unfortunately there is no way to zoom in. But this is indeed the only exclusively Tremere outfit I have. I do believe it was the last reward of the free pass. It's only usable on feminine body types and on Tremere clan characters, which I kind of completely forgot about. I knew that this outfit existed. I did not remember that it's only available for feminine body types. So I guess I got lucky with that, and it was the good choice to create a female character. Maybe it was the workings of fate again. But with everything picked, we have our new character and the last archetype. Now I will go around and talk to the characters. I'm not sure if they have any special lines about a Tremere character or a Tremere kindred. No, I did mention that every clan is represented with a character. I'm not sure if there is a Tremere NPC. As far as I know, there isn't one. The Prince M is Ventru. The Herald of Prague, Maya, is a Toreador. Omnis is a Nosferatu. The Sheriff, Kirill, is a Bruja. I'm not sure about Custis, I have to admit. I don't know what clan he belongs to.
Nice to see you.
But again, he's been in the game, I would assume, since the beginning. I think the only character that appeared later on, according to the story, is M. And that makes sense with how the second Ventru archetype might have been added in an update. Now again, the Tremere clan and this archetype was added in an update, so maybe there were plans to add an NPC, either a Tremere Primogen or someone else, and they would also be in the Elysium and give you perhaps quests, and they would also play a role in the game story. But I guess that just never got added since the development ended. Nothing specific. Let's see our Nosferatu friend. Haha. It's not uncommon that other kindred call my clan sewer rats. They really do think we are what we eat. That is a fun remark, the green one, because the Nosferatu kindred, due to their appearance, rarely venture out into the public, and so they can't feed on mortals as easily, so they often drink the blood of rodents like the rats in the sewers, which they made their own home.
Listen.
Nothing? I guess let's go to M. And if we do, I might be able to show you something interesting, and that is how the elevator works. No, it is true. I took this elevator before when I started playing as a Ventru. I showed you this area and met with M, and I was slightly surprised because it took me to a different elevator or a different spot. And I have a theory why that is. Indeed, normally the elevator takes us here. This is the kind of office part, and we have the doorkeeper who doesn't speak much, and then after we check in a way, we are allowed to ascend on the stairs and visit the Prince M.
What's up?
Now,
How's it going?
this is rather interesting because even though there is a second elevator right here, which we can use with any clan to go back to the lower levels of Elysium, with the Ventru characters, if you are playing as one of them, this same elevator will not bring you to the office with the doorkeeper, but right to the area and the personal office of the Prince M. So that is a detail I didn't even know about, but it seems that since M is a Ventru, other Ventru kindred has a kind of special treatment when it comes to visiting her, and they get to go straight to her office instead of having to go and walk by the doorkeeper on their way. Again, really tiny things that I have to be honest, I didn't even think about. I played different clans, but never the Ventru one. So I got used to the fact that I always get to go to the doorkeeper and then go up the stairs. And I assumed the second elevator is there so you can come back easily. However, it seems that there is a hidden little commentary there as well about how even within kindred society there is a bit of I don't want to say racism, but some clans are treated differently than others, and I guess that is highlighted with Omnis's remark about how even the other kindred think that they are sewer reds, they are lesser than them. So we see the other end of that spectrum with the Ventrue being treated as kind of royalty. But with all that said, it's time to jump into a game and try out our new abilities. Let's get ready for some Sanguine sorcery. This is a beautiful outfit, I have to admit. And I have to say, seeing the message, the server message appearing again and again in the bottom left corner really saddens me. Because as much as I was well aware of the servers getting shut down, it was kind of a distant date. And as much as it was crawling closer and closer, seeing it being repeated in the game is a sad thing. And I can't say that I was hoping that the company would change their decision. It's an extremely nice thing that the game was able to go for as long as it has been. I mean, it survived without active development for, I think, almost 3 years, which is amazing. In my opinion, that just shows how good the game is in a way, and how dedicated the player base was that remained playing it for years. But knowing that in 1 week all of this will be gone is not a nice feeling. Now let's go there, okay? Let's the game begin. Scholar, the last one. And as I said, I have never played this clan, this archetype. I've never seen the characters stand like this. I'm not sure what the hand signal is. But let's see, let's take a look. Ooh. Floating and descending onto the ground in the beginning. Well, first of all, we need an armor. Well, that's not necessarily what we needed, but that's what we got. What we need is a weapon. I have to admit, this is not the best one. but it's what we have. So let's see if we can fight back. Oh, there is a mortal there. So let's see the feeding animation. I think it will be more elegant. Yes, it is a mixture between the Toreador and Ventru, in a way, in my opinion. It has the elegance of the Toreador with a kind of a hug going on, but it's not as sensual. It's only a kind of a half hug, because the character only wraps their left arm around the civilian, and how they pull them closer reminds me of that demanding atmosphere, that demanding nature of the Ventru. And the civilian is actually kind of gently hitting our side, on the side where we are not hugging them, and that shows that they are not as enticed by us as when a Toreador is feeding, that they are seen enjoying the experience to a certain degree. How many of you are there? Huh? Thank you. Yeah, we eliminated some entity. That's good. Oh, crossbow, lovely. Oh ho 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 ho! Now we are set, and you know what that means? We will get murdered in 2 seconds. That's what always happens. Whenever I have a good set of armor and weapons and everything, I just get murdered. So here you can see how the civilian is kind of trying to get hold of something and get away from us. Don't you dare over there. I see you. I see you. Yes, I do see you. I saw you. I absolutely freaking saw you. Stop shooting at me. What did I say? You don't have any abilities to help me out here, so I have to use the old school method of just trying to get out of harm's way until I get to try out my abilities. Let's see, how is this light working? Nice. Okay, so we have a gauge, and you can stop anytime you want. Now I am rather curious, can I start this floating in midair? Yes, so much like the leap of the Bruja, it can be initiated whenever you want. Oh, and there it is. We saw our enemy highlighted for a moment. Okay, I couldn't get up there, which is a problem. Who is shooting at me at this point? I'm not sure. Yeah, go up to them. That's a good idea. Go up to them. Okay, this is not good. Yes, he's coming in. Yes, he's coming in. Leave me alone. Don't you freaking dare. Good. Timing. My dears, timing is crucial. Why is it that the map is actively screwing me over? I'm not sure. I'm really not sure what I did to the map that I deserve this. But I am never in the right spot. Oh. Give me. I need that. And I also need a bit of you. Just a few saves, don't worry, you have plenty of blood in you. Women have more actually, so don't worry. You will not die. Really? I was shooting at your head there. I think I did pretty decently, to be perfectly honest, but well, that's that. I did die here somewhere, but I don't think I will be able to get my stuff back, like usually. I am unable to. Now I mentioned how every archetype has a trophy that is linked to their archetype power, and how the second Ventru archetype had no such trophy because I think they were added later on. And much like them, the archetype we are playing as right now, the Scholar has no such trophy either. And interestingly, because the Tremere clan was added with this archetype after the game released, this clan is the only one in the game that has no trophy for... Oh, thank you. No trophy for getting a placement in the top 3. Every other clan has such a trophy, that being the Bruja, the Nosferatu, the Toreador, and the Ventru. And that makes sense since one of the Ventru archetypes was, as far as I could figure, in the game at launch. Only the second one was added later. However, with this clan, it was added as an update and did not receive any such trophies or challenges. Actually, it did receive some mastery challenges, But they are once again at the end of the list, much like how the Warden has the level 2025 and winning 5 games challenges. Here after that comes the Scholar, level 20, 25 and winning 5 games challenge as well. And the clan challenges are then finished with the outfits, each one for a specific clan, with the challenge of playing 100 games with that specific clan. I'm still missing the Ventru, unfortunately, and we just played the first Tremere match, and this would be its reward. But let's go, and this time, instead of trying to look at all the details, let's try out our powers, because I didn't really have the time for that this time around. But I was absolutely correct that I got demolished once I had everything that I really needed. As much as my aim is not necessarily terrible, I was still a bit low, and I was shooting at the enemy's chest and neck instead of the head, and obviously headshots deal additional damage, which the enemy managed to get, and so they got me down before I could get them on the ground. Now let's see, where should we go? Where can we go? Taras, okay, there is a shop there, so I think I will go there. I always want to mark things on the map, but I don't think that's possible. Also, to be perfectly honest, who would shoot such a pretty face? That's just terrible. I mean, it's one kind of psychological warfare in games. Make a really cute character, and maybe people will think twice about shooting you. I don't think it will work, but if it does, wow. Knife? That's really useful. Flare gun. Anything worse, perhaps? I mean, really. I can barely think of any weapons that I could use less than these ones. Okay, so our destination should be here. Miss me? Wow! They sure blew up! Oh! Why is it that I always get shot at? I understand it's a battle royale game, but I mean, there are still 41 players left. Whoever shot me, they have like 39 other targets to shoot. And they specifically want me. You know, that is kind of sweet in a way. I am not sure what hurt them. Maybe they were still on fire. There's no way! But there is one interesting thing that I just realized with how blowing your enemies up might be disadvantageous actually, and that is if your enemy is not downed, you can't perform diableries, and if you can't perform diableries, you don't get your health back after a fight. Would you please stop running around? It's annoying. Oh. Haha! I can fly! And I think they are playing as a Bruja, so they can jump, which is a problem. Let's call it that. Can I get a decent weapon, please? I've been running around this shop for quite a while. I like to come in, actually. Okay. You know what? Let's go with a fully fire build. After all, our hairstyle is called Ignition, so I have a flare gun and the dual crossbows, and they, as you might know, use incendiary tips. Stop running away from me! Thank you. You come back here. I need you. More like I need your blood. I don't know what that sound was, but I did not like it. Alright, let's run into a battle, I guess. Put them down! I'm not sure who was down first, so I have to be come on. Yes, indeed, this is an annoying bug in the game that you sometimes don't get the button prompt for performing a diablerie, and that ends sometimes. Oh, come on! That ends sometimes with a bit of frustration. However, in this case, I managed to actually break the game sound, because the sound effect that was supposed to play during the diablerie did not. And so it was rather funny to just hear the bone breaking without the usual sound bit that drowns it out. Did I say funny? I probably meant gruesome. Nah. As I am a blood mage, I need plenty of blood, so let's stock up on some. I think we are doing slightly better than last time, which is not difficult. Oh, I heard that. The senses of a vampire are especially keen. Where's the trouble? I heard the shots. Come on. The one thing I don't know is, can you somehow fly upwards instead of your usual levitation that slowly descends? I guess the answer is no. But let me show you what I mean right after I got my armor on. So if I use my ability, I slowly descend. I can't necessarily fly. I can levitate and glide through the air. And that means I cannot get to a higher point with this ability, or even to the same height as I start with. Ow. Well, you might be immune, but you are on fire. And the effect survives the ability's duration. And that worked beautifully. Haha. Now, I have all of the blood resonances, which is lovely. So, it seems if I want to get from this rooftop to, let's say that, if I jump and use my ability, because the distance is not too big, I am able to get here because I lose less than the height of the initial jump. However, sometimes you might have noticed that I hit a ledge with pretty much my face. Ow! And I'm not sure how generous the game is when it comes to climbing up onto ledges. Don't mind me, I just got shut up that bit. Oh, I saw you there. Sorry, I'm full with resonant blood, so they burned before I could do that. I thought too late. But that's fine, let's reload. Okay, that's fine. What do we have next? 10 player. Ooh. Okay, let's wait on this. Immune, that's a Ventru, probably the one that got me. Revealed by... what? Exactly? Oh, that's a Nosferatu then? Would someone kill that person? Kindred? Whatever. Okay. No, I think the game said something about replenishing your levitation meter by hitting enemies with the blood lens, but honestly it replenishes so quickly that I think such would only happen in the midst of a fight. And as much as I think you can aim and shoot while levitating, it's not something that I think I could pull off effectively. I might try. Oh ho 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 ho, that was a nice one. Stop drinking. You know what I just noticed? I just noticed that I'm in a bad situation. And I'm in a bad situation because I almost ran out of bolts there. Well, that's fine. It seems the end of this game will take place on a nearby building. And that is this one. Not sure where that player went, to be perfectly honest. And I am not at all in a bad spot here. This was rather stupid of me. Yeah. I was hoping that I could get them with a melee attack. I should have ran in on the ground level earlier. But I mostly lost my items there in the beginning. And I also used up most of my armor during the game itself. But that was fun. $950 XP for the archetype. Well, I think we got a good first taste of what this clan and archetype is like. So now we can focus on some hunting. What did you think we will be doing? We are vampires. So, let's look at our journal. Now, you might remember what we have collected so far, but as a bit of a quick summary, we have all of the character journal entries, allies, enemies, and other. We have all of the conversations, Custis, M, Kirill, Maya, and Omnis. We successfully collected all the items, artifacts, consumables, melee weapons, and ranged weapons. With the locations, we have a tad bit of a trouble. We have all the entries in Elysium and the domains, but not the key locations. There we are missing one, the graveyard in its entirety, and the third entry of the Divine Disco. Now, I played a few games where I just went straight to the Divine Disco. I stayed there throughout the entirety of the match. I obviously didn't hide there. I just strategically stayed in a hidden part of the building so I could spend as much time there as possible, since that was the point. Since, well, I'm still not sure, but the wiki said that the way to unlock these entries is by visiting these areas in the game during matches. Obviously, that's when you can roam around on the map. And it also said that each additional entry or part requires more time than the previous one. So I thought if I stay a few games there, I will unlock it. Unfortunately, I still had no such luck. Now with the lore, we have the sects and clans, we have all the history except for one. That one missing is the knight in question, which is unfortunately bugged due to an update. According to the wiki, once again, originally to play the game, you had to first play through the tutorial. And after completing the tutorial, you would unlock this entry in its entirety. However, later on there was an update that made the tutorial optional. And that is how it is. Even now, you can change the game mode. You can see it's the L1. It says it under the ready button in the bottom left right corner. And here's a tutorial. The only problem is that after this update, this entry became inaccessible, because even if you complete the tutorial, which I did multiple times, even once on stream, it will just not unlock. So some players actually have this. Those who played the game before the update in question, but unfortunately, since I started playing this game after its development ended, I cannot unlock this entry. In the OnLive, I have everything except for one, which I will still not try to pronounce. This one is in theory completely bugged. It was never accessible. You could never unlock it. And as such, no player has it. But you can find it on the wiki, not only the text, but the art, the little card that accompanies it. And it is said that the text and the illustration was provided by the developers themselves. So this is one that is just impossible to get in the game. The tutorial we have... Stop it! We have everything. At least when I last checked, we had everything, and indeed there is also a search field here that I actually never used, but there is one. I mean, let's try something. Let's try Toreador. No matching entries. I think I misspelled it, didn't I? I don't think I did. Okay, let's try something simpler. Let's try Kindred. No. Okay, let's try something really simple. Crowbar. Okay, so if you use the exact name of the entry, it will work. I guess the Toreador one didn't work because I don't know why. I do not know why, and I guess there isn't one called Kindred. I thought at first that the Toreador didn't work because you have to ride the siren or the muse part as well, but apparently it is right here. Well, whatever. So we have all that we could get except those location entries and some here in the collectibles category. So these are the intels. For these you have to find 5 specific octahedrons in sequence, and you get a hint about their location on the map, such as this, west of the sky bar. So they are in specific locations, predetermined locations, and that is important. Now, I had some trouble with these, and I actually went back and I looked at the exact descriptions on the wiki page and in my stream videos, so I could tell you, because during the last stream I didn't know it off the top of my head. So Knock Knock, I had, I think, collected all of them earlier and I had no trouble with those. Reign of Error Part 1 says that it can be found west of the sky bar. I looked around there, could not find it anywhere. And so I went and checked on the wiki, and as it turns out, it is slightly bugged, or extremely so. Depends on your luck, because I looked in the right location. It's on top of a nearby building on a glass part of the roof. However, it does not seem to spawn in solo games, and I mostly play solo games. So when I learned this, I tried playing a duos match, I tried playing a trios match, and it never spawned, unfortunately. The wiki says that multiple players were able to collect this in trios mode. I tried playing multiple trio games off stream. I went to this location right away in case there are some complicated bugs happening in the background that I will talk about later. But unfortunately, it was never there, so I am kind of logged out of this entire journal entry. Then, next one, Hide Like a King. Now, this had 2 bugged parts, part 1 and 2. So part 1 was around the demolition, and I looked around, I could not find it. And this happened actually during stream. And in the beginning of one game, I started there, right next to the demolition, and I found it. However, while I was talking, it just disappeared right in front of my eyes, which is something that I have to admit, it's one of those moments that I couldn't even plan for. It was so random, and I'm really happy that it happened on stream and I was able to capture it. So I didn't know what happened there, but I went back during another match and I was able to pick it up, and because it disappeared right in front of me and there was no other players around, I don't think that it was another player who picked it up. Even though I heard that these kind of collectibles, the ones that appear always in the same location, can be picked up by multiple players in a match. So it's not like first come, first served. I did theorize that maybe someone got to me before me, or got to the collectible before me in other cases, but here it's pretty obvious that it's kind of a bug, and I think it's dependent on time. It appears, the item appears in the beginning of the game and then just disappears after a few minutes. What's that smell? Smells like cheese and garlic. Zev, are you back? Are you already cooking? Or just preparing something? I don't like the garlic. I'm not a vampire, even if I look like one sometimes, but I do not like garlic. You already ate? Oh. Well, you are safe from vampires for the foreseeable future. Because garlic, indeed, can be detected from blood. If you eat garlic and accidentally cut yourself after, you can smell the garlic in your blood. And I'm pretty sure that is a good way to ward off any vampires looking for a dinner. But I hope that your lunch or dinner was lovely. And please get your finger out of my nose because garlic. No. I have no trouble with onions, but no, garlic is no. So this one I actually got lucky with because I found it before it disappeared, and again it was a matter of seconds because I looked at it and it disappeared. Now again, I don't know what the exact bug is. Maybe if you get too close to it, it disappears. So it would have been there 10 minutes later as well. I don't know, but I got it and I'm happy about that. But would garlic blood make me seem more tasty for other monsters? Good question. Perhaps. Not this monster, but I could see some monsters thinking that you are a seasoned snack already, which does sound nice. More on the spicy side, if you will. So I got lucky with part 1, but part 2, oh boy, that was fun, because it said that it can be found southwest of Demolition, and I did go there during my stream and I looked around and I could not find anything, and I just realized when I looked for this information later on that what might have happened is they kind of copied the same clue for part 1 and part 2, and that was the mistake. because, as I said, part 1 was around demolition as well, and for part 2 that is the wrong location. However, while I was playing, obviously I looked for multiple collectibles during matches, and you can only look for one collectible from one of these stories or intels, because you need to find one before you can look for the next one. They unlock in order. So I didn't realize that the first and the second both can be found, according to the game, near the demolition. But I did not find it. Part 2, I did not find it, and so I looked at the wiki, and it said that it is in a different location. It is between the rooftop restaurant and the antenna. So I looked around there, I checked for the location, and indeed it was there. So this is a different kind of bug. The hint for the location was just wrong. Again, I'm not sure if the octahedron, the collectible, was initially planned to be somewhere else, if it was moved in an update, or they just accidentally copied over the wrong hint, or they didn't update it. But I am happy that I found the right clue on the wiki page, and I was able to find that octahedron with the help, and after that I was able to get the other 3. No carte blanche. Oh, that's fun, because that was also slightly bugged. It said that it is at the library, and so I went to the library multiple times, could not find it, and even though I cannot 100% confirm that it was bugged, but I have a feeling that it also either disappeared or someone picked it up and I couldn't afterwards. I'm not sure, because I looked around within the library, even though it said at the library and not in, but I wanted to show the library to all of you, and even though I watched the video back and I know where the octahedron should be, and I also showed on stream how it's pretty easy to spot. It's more about finding the location where it is rather than actually noticing the collectible, because it's a floating octahedron encased in smoke, so it's pretty noticeable. But even though I looked at the video multiple times, I just cannot see it. So I think it wasn't there when I looked around, and when I looked at the wiki page and it said it's in the library and it's on a table, I couldn't believe that I missed it. So I went back, it was there, but I checked my video and I think it got bugged, maybe a bit like the first one of To Hide Like a King near the demolition that I talked about before, except in this case I didn't get to it quickly enough, and so it disappeared before I could notice it. So these were the bugged ones. Part 2, 3, 4, 5 we found of this without much trouble, even though I couldn't quite find one, but with the help of the wiki, I did. So those are the ones we already worked on, but we have the stories. Now I have Disowned Child O' Mine, Rise and Shine, Nosferatu Noir, and Confessions in Red Owl unlocked. These, even though they are in a different category, they are under stories and not intel. They work pretty much the same as the ones we already talked about. These are octahedrons. They look the same. They always appear in the same location, and you get a hint about where you can find them. Now, the two that I could not find are Slip the Color and Long Gone Before Daylight. I checked the wiki page for any warnings, and I did not find any notes mentioning that these are bugged. But then again, let's not forget that other than the Reign of Error that was pretty much impossible to get, and I couldn't because it only appears in theory in trios, the other ones did not have any warnings on the wiki page about them being bugged. So these might be slightly bugged as well, and hopefully today we will be able to figure out how to get them regardless. Now here this one says at Princess Haven, and let me tell you, I looked around Princess Haven so bloody much. So many matches I started walking around Princess Haven. Could not find it, but I will give it another go. And this is by the parking garage. Okay. Let's write it down. Now, the thing is, with any kind of challenges, trophies, collectibles, after playing a game and doing some of the things it asks you to do, you start to understand what kind of requirements are linked to certain parts of the game, how the game and the developers think about collecting or fighting or any kind of aspect of the game. So in this game, because I already got plenty of these octahedrons, I get a kind of idea how well hidden these collectibles usually are. And most of the times they are not in extremely hard to reach places. Of course the map is large, so you spend some time looking for them, but it's not like they are hidden in a spot that you would never look at. So much like with the ones that I couldn't find at first in the Intel category, I feel like these two stories might be slightly bugged, because as much as there is always the chance that I overlook something, which happened before, absolutely, I spent a considerable amount of time just looking around in the areas mentioned here. So I have a feeling that there is a bit more to why I can't find them. So let's look for a new game and see if I can figure out why I couldn't find them. No, if I'm right and these are slightly bugged, then maybe what is happening to them is the same as what we experienced with 2 other collectibles, and that they are not there sometimes, or they disappear after a while. And to see if that is the case, I will start in one of these areas. I think I will go to the Princess Haven and look around really quickly. It said at Princess Haven, much like how it said at the library. No, in the case of the library, it was actually within the building. But as far as I know, you cannot go inside the Princess Haven. So I will check the roof and the walls of the building. Now with this location, a tricky part is the fact that I don't necessarily know how big the building is, because it is surrounded by other buildings. But based on the name written on the map, the Princess Haven should be this one, right next to us. So I will run around here and look around and hope to find it. Nothing. Nothing. More nothing. Okay, this is a restaurant. This is not where I have to go. So here we have a smaller roof area. I don't see anything here. And we have these little courtyards. So let's check in here. Can't see anything, to be perfectly honest. Now this building is connected to the Princess Haven, but I don't think it is part of it. So let's follow the building itself. This is an entrance, but there's nothing here. I could totally see them hide it in an alleyway or on the roof. I think we were here before, so I think I just went around. This is the other side of the roof, but there's nothing here either. Let's look up here. Not here. I have to get used to this whole levitation thing. Nothing on this side. Let's see on the roof. This is the actual roof of the building. But I don't see anything here either. And then we have a little balcony area here. And there is absolutely nothing here. Now, because these buildings are connected, again, I'm not sure where exactly the Prince's Haven ends and the surrounding area starts. But let's look around. Maybe here there is a store here, but thank you. And not really a fan of the revolver. Dual pistols. Nah, okay, that's good. Thank you for the armor. Wasn't there an enemy here? Now let's deal you some damage and see how this goes. Okay, so it deals 50 points of damage. It leaves a little blood puddle on the ground. We have seen that before when others try to do the same to us. Ow! The collectible is not here either. Don't mind me. I'm all right here. I'm totally all right here. Like, are you kidding me? You really came here just to kill me again? Get lost! Don't you dare. Don't you even think about it. I understand it's a multiplayer game, everyone has their own fun, but not at the cost of mine. Nah, much better. So this is not it. But the parking garage is still within the map, so I guess we can try to get there. Use our levitation abilities. And make it over there. Is the same Bruja still after me? How is it possible that wherever I go I will always just run into the same enemies? Oh wait, I'm going in the wrong direction. Well, I guess the only way to get there is the long way forwards. Don't waste your bullets on me. I'm just passing through. Let's try. If I levitate and then stop, yes, then right away the character will stop climbing. So you don't have to quickly press X or anything to jump or climb. You can be rest assured that the character will grab onto the wall. So this is the parking garage. And that is me getting shot at again. Why can't I have a moment of peace, huh? I'm not asking for much, just a moment. Oh, 9 barrel. I mean, the assault rifle only had one, so this is definitely an upgrade. Some say the bigger the better. Some others say, the more the better. I am talking about gun barrels, by the way. Perverts. What do you mean, sus? These perverted people. I love them. Anything good around here, perhaps? Ooh, crossbow. Yeah, let's go with it. That green gas is really strong. Holy shit. Well, that was a complete and utter miss. Aho! Well, one good thing is that this area is actually somewhat safe, so if I spawn near it, I might be able to go back and pick up my items again. Yeah, I'd love if you wouldn't do that. Oh, come on, I can't get there this quickly. Let's try anyway. Also, the cooldown is really small with the levitation ability, which is nice. Well, let's drink and pick up everything. Put on a new armor. I did have to leave that there because I didn't have the time to put on this one. But hey, that's what we have to do to survive. Now, will I be lucky enough to find someone with potent blood in the middle of this lovely city? Most likely not. Now be careful, because I've seen someone over there. Behind me there's only red gas, so hopefully no one will try to suppress me. I mean, surprise me. Pretty similar things in this game. Ho 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 ho! Would you look at you? I need your warm blood. I long for it. Okay, we have an extra life. Not that it will help much, but we have it. Now, there was someone. I never know if civilians are running around here or NPCs. I have 0 blood resonances, which is lovely. In the other game I had all 12. Now I have nothing at all. You know, you can just fight over there, enjoy it. Goodness, what kind of a weapon you use. A minigun? The fire rate is even too quick for that. Oh, look at that silhouette. Isn't that pretty? That is indeed a pretty silhouette. Last 5 players. Wonderful. Let me guess, I have to go up. Of course I have to go up. Ooh, I just got out of the red gas before it got to my... to my shield. Could you not please? There are other players. Of course the one player had to get to me first. No, it's interesting. What? Level 500. Am I saying that correctly? 563. Interestingly, they are playing Tremere as well, and what they are doing, they are using these jumps off of high points to levitate, but somehow they are going up instead of down, and they are shooting from a high altitude, which is much more difficult to defend against. Not to mention that that they can see a bigger area from such a high altitude. Where are the other players? Okay, so the one was a bot who got stuck. Interesting, they didn't go for a clean shot and the other one didn't notice them. What is happening here? It's interesting to see really skilled long-time players and learn from them. It kind of seems like they use the levitation with the momentum of jumps. I guess they are looking for the last player. Kind of preparing a duel, which is interesting. Because they are not shooting at each other, that's for sure. I guess they don't want to get attacked during their duel, because they certainly did see each other. There is absolutely no way that they did not. Oh, this is a good spot. Even though this would be pretty much a death trap, but someone clever enough could indeed hide here. And here you can see that if there is a high enough level player, you will not fool them because they know the exact layout of the map. Even though that was a really clever idea, whoever was hiding there came up with that. And yeah, the first shot kind of announces the start of the duel. I guess it became kind of an unspoken thing in this game when it comes to duels. And I guess that's why this player killed me first, because I was just a bystander in their duel again. I was trying to nap and heard the bigger the better. But don't you prefer a bigger nap? I could say the longer the better. True.
Good morning.
Interesting, I didn't get the pop-up about unlocking a new archetype perk. Strange. But I guess we found our newest highest level player we've ever encountered with a 500 plus level individual. And the thing is, the game, when it comes to account or player level, asks for only level 200. That is the highest player level that the game rewards you for. So reaching level 500 is absolutely insane. But let's go, let's see. Can we find the other octahedron at least? And that is by the parking garage, so that's where we are starting. Now, the parking garage is here, and I think these are the buildings that belong to that location. No, it says by the parking garage, so my guess is that this octahedron will not be amongst or in the buildings, but rather in the area around them. So let's see. Maybe we can use our ability to levitate to find the collectible. Oh, there it is. The fun thing is, I know I've been here before. I know I took screenshots of that mannequin while I was playing off stream, and I even showed this on stream. So I've been here, and that collectible was not there. So what I will do here is I will stay here for a bit, and I will look at that thing and see if it just disappears. Because what happens here is, one, the collectibles just disappear after a while, or two, they don't even spawn at the end of certain games, which would be completely random. But I know I've been here, and why that is important is because this collectible is the first in this storyline. So it should have been here in all of my games. It's not connected to any other collectible, so you don't have to find something else for this to appear. But it is here. It is here, and it is not disappearing. I guess we can take a screenshot of it, or two. Let's see in the vision, so you can clearly see it. As much as it would be possible to run past it, it's really easy to notice it, and I did it through a concrete wall. But now it's not disappearing. So maybe they can be picked up by only one player, and that was the problem? Maybe if I turn around, maybe the collectible is shy. Oh! And indeed, it just disappeared. And I'm right here, and I'm not getting it. So some of these seem to be just bugged. And this one, once again, is bugged. And maybe that's the same with the Princess Haven one. But at least we know where this one is. I know I kind of wasted the game just testing if it would disappear. But that's why we are here, to figure out how this game works and have some fun. Is that the Princess Haven? I don't think so. We are by the railway station. Look, I don't have time for this. Now, how did that person manage to fly up? Oh! Okay, so what the game doesn't necessarily tell you is if you press the jump button while levitating, you can go up. Now maybe it takes more effort, it depletes your charge quicker. I'm not sure about that, but it sure seems like it is possible to do this. Now let's see. Collectible, 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 and nothing. And interesting, if you jump and then activate the ability while still holding the jump button, it will automatically start to rise up. Okay, I have no clue where the collectible is here. If it disappears at the same time because of the bug, then obviously it's not here now, since we saw the other one disappear. And it might be a timed bug of sorts. That's an interesting term, I know. How do you know I'm here through the I just shot a blood spear through your head. You don't much care about it, do you? Ow! I will get up, you know. Well, if you don't kill me, that is. I love how sometimes they cannot aim for their life, and sometimes they have perfect aim. But to be perfectly honest, with the revolver, I'm not surprised that I got murdered there. Well, with no collectible to look for, let's go and look for a victim, or rather a target, because I want to see how this blood javelin works. Why wasn't this freaking loaded? Note to self: if you pick up someone else's gun, check if it is loaded or not. Also, I have absolutely no clue how they managed to down me with one shot, because I think it was actually just one shot. But hey, they wanted to help us. After all, we do have to to start a new game and pick up these collectibles. So hey, they were just being helpful. Didn't I unlock this at the end of the previous map? Never mind. It's okay. It's okay. Oh, I know this one. Come on, give me a moment. Where is that? Where did I put it? Oh no, it's not the celebrate one. Oh, right. Every archetype has their own set of emoticons, and that is not a standard one.
Come over here.
Yes? Yes, I'm here. I'm here. What do you want? What do you want? Yeah? Yeah, I'm right here. Honestly, I couldn't be any closer. I mean, romance and vampires are rather close. Literally. Alright. So the plan is this. We go to the parking garage, pick up the collectible, and run to the Prince's Haven. Even though I did start the game there, so I'm pretty sure that is not something I will find, but hey, let's make the most of the match. Come on, come on, come on, come on. I'm itching for a collectible. We are missing... Well, we are missing many, but there are 10 that we can, in theory, find and collect. Of course, the high tier loot area is the one where I'm going. Out of all of the locations. But I'm confident that I can make it there. It's like 3 meters. 4 tops. Okay, it's right there. There it is. And no, I could pick it up no trouble. So it really seems like some of these octahedrons are bugged and they disappear after a bit of time. So if you are looking around for them and you don't start in the right spot, there is a really good chance that you will miss them, because by the time you check in the right location, the collectible will just not be there. Haha, I'm flying! I'm falling! But there's no fall damage for a vampire. Don't ask me why, I have no clue. Okay, rooftop restaurant. Come on. Though, here's my question. if I have to press the X to fly higher, how do I aim and shoot? I mean, it's a lot of buttons to press at the same time, and correctly so. Okay, there's the Princess Haven. Right, you have to not disable it, you have to press the same button again to stop levitating, because otherwise you will just keep floating into the wall, which is, well, not what we want to do. Well, I cannot find this one anywhere. So I guess we have to wait for the next game. But hey, we found one. And while we're at it, let me show you the one that I had trouble with, the first part of To Hide Like a King. Now that said, in the game southwest of Demolition, that would be somewhere here. I think actually the first... Let me rephrase that. I made a mistake there. So the second one in that story had the wrong hint for the location. The first one was actually here. I think around here somewhere. But the second one said southwest of Demolition. And so I looked in the same area. But instead it was between the rooftop restaurant and the antenna. Now the antenna is here, the rooftop restaurant is here, and I think it was somewhere here. So you can see that it was pretty much on the other side of the map. And I wouldn't have found that, most likely, just by looking. I mean, maybe by random chance I could have uncovered it, but not if I was following the hints of the game. I guess we are shooting some of these entity hunters. I mean, I have plenty of bullets. And it would be nice to get a better weapon, and preferably not a revolver. That's a good tent right there. I just killed a bunch of you. How? I guess they were close to the wall, but come on. I don't like that noise, I have to admit. I shot you twice in the face with a shotgun. Fair enough, this entity checkpoint, I think, is the biggest. It has 10 hunters, if I'm not mistaken, which is why I was able to get the challenge that asks you to kill 15 entity hunters in 20 minutes by starting here and then running to the close by checkpoints. Okay, there is someone here. There was someone here. Why did I change weapons? Okay, everyone is downed finally. Hopefully. I was like, what the heck is that? That's a TV. I knew that... Are you kidding me? Ow! I'm on fire! I'm burning! I knew there was an entity hunter on the upper floor, but I was like, wait, there shouldn't be anyone on the lower floor. Again a revolver? I was looking for something good. And the same gun I can't use. And I risked my last life for this. Alright, at least we have our extra life back. I think we should get up on this wall rather quickly. Alright, we have 14 players left. This is a better weapon. Not the best melee weapon, but I lost my own, even though the person I shot down at the checkpoint had the same weapon, maybe mine, but I didn't want to risk running into the gas for it. I already risked too much for the revolver, but I didn't know it will be a revolver. Aren't you the same person by any chance? Or bot? Whichever it is. Well, we are in the graveyard. And we have a really interesting shape for the map, so I guess we will be running through here. Give me that double barrel. That I'm not happy about. Oh, you. I hope you have a high rarity crossbow. Where the heck is the crossbow? Spike bat. Dual pistols. What, they were using the bomb? The sewer bomb? Perhaps. I see the bats flying around. And I think there is a Nosferatu here. But in the graveyard there are bats normally. Nothing there. Running out of armor. That's no good. There is a car here. I saw that. What kind of car are you? The car I don't need, yeah. The kind I don't need. Okay, 6 players left. Hopefully, the players remaining have their levels not in the triple digits. It will be so funny if someone killed me with a level in the 4 digits. But I don't think that will happen. So we are going to the university garden. I think that building will be the ending spot for us. And there's someone there. It's a good question if they are invisible. momentarily, or they have the artifact. But I will allow them to have their fun and shoot around. Well, that didn't hit, but that's fine. There is definitely someone up there. And that's dangerous, and they have the toxic bolts, which is also dangerous. So I'm pretty sure they are a player, because that's too clever play. However, I have to say I have no clue how they noticed me from all over there, but I guess they have a keen eye as well. Wow, and they went all the way up there. I'm really not sure how many players are here and how many bots, but I will enjoy their little fight. It's quite spectacular. I have no clue where the fourth player is, but I guess these two will be fighting over that tower. King of the Hill style. King of the Tower, perhaps. Ooh, they got the tower. It would be funny to go up there. I'm not about to get murdered here. Oh. Look, you can fight it out, okay? I will be just fine up here. This is rather funny how I took the top spot here. Just waiting on the other two to figure out their differences. What I want to do more than that is find them at the right moment. That wasn't the right moment. Yeah, they are way too quick for me, unfortunately. But that's fine. Not necessarily surprised. Don't have armor, which is bad. Now, why couldn't I fly? I pressed it. I wanted to jump up and it just didn't work. But hey, that's fine. I still got the second spot or placement and level 56. But more than that, we got the collectible, at least one of the collectibles.
Good evening.
So let's see. Here we have it, stories. Long gone before daylight. So the next one is southeast of the slaughterhouse. Alright. Now I will look at the other one. The one by the the Princess Haven that was called Slip the Color. Now it is said that part 1 can be found on a bench in a small alleyway on the southwest corner of Princess Haven. Okay, so let's go to the south west. Let me write it down quickly. Southwest of the slaughterhouse. And to the southwest corner of Princess Haven. Now I have a feeling that the Princess Haven one is similarly bugged, if not even worse, than the one that we found by the parking garage. So I will go to that specific corner of Princess Haven and hopefully it will be there. It's on a bench. And again, I try not to specifically look at the location, so there's still a bit of an adventure, even though sometimes I really had to look at the screenshot and the minimap on it to figure out just exactly where the item is. But I think this is enough of a hint for us. But it seems that this one is slightly bugged as well. And in a way, maybe some of the ones that I found before were also bugged and disappeared after a bit of time. But I got lucky. If I started there or I got there quickly enough, there is a chance that I picked it up and didn't even notice that I got really lucky. So we have to go to the south west corner of Princess Haven. I think that's there. I'm honestly not sure. It's somewhere here on a bench in an alleyway. There we have plenty of alleyways. It might be one of the ones that connected to the entity soldiers camp. So this is the southwest corner. Wasn't there something there a moment ago? So this is an alleyway, but there is no bench. Here is a bench. Let's look at the screenshot. Yeah, it seems like this is the bench. And for a moment I think I saw it, but it seems that it is not here anymore. So maybe we have to be even quicker next time, but for now we should get to the slaughterhouse, and I honestly don't think we will be able to, because honestly it is way too far away. And as much as I can get from rooftop to rooftop rather quickly, I am not as fast as I'd need to be for clearing such a long distance. Yes, I missed that. That's fine. We're not here for the fight, we are here for the collectible. Yeah, the Soul Terrace is already outside the safe zone, so... Hey! Stop touching the boob! Ow! Well, you hit me, but you're on fire. So who got it worse? I'm starting to understand why this weapon is extremely strong. Because, yes, you have one shot with it, but it deals a lot of damage over time. I mean, seriously, look at this. One hit, 2 hits, and I'm pretty sure they will fall to the ground. That's impressive. Maybe I should use this flare gun more often. The hunting rifle is similarly strong because it affects the target. It doesn't inflict burning damage, rather it makes them bleed and damage them over time. However, it is a bit difficult to use. It's a single action rifle. So again, the developers nicely balanced out these weapons, because as much as they deal considerable damage over time, they don't deal as much damage with the initial hit, and they are a bit more difficult to use. And also they have smaller magazines. Yeah, that was a miss. That wasn't. Sorry, but I really cannot get any closer, so before you are taken by the entity hunters and possibly tortured, let me burn you to a crisp. That is what they call a mercy kill. These entity hunters are sure a nuisance. Ooh, sniper rifle. Epic flare gun. Ho ho. Gimme. That's dead. So that deals 20 damage instead of 15 at the initial hit, and I can see. And that's a problem. Okay, I somehow survived that. No thanks to Zap, who wants me dead once again. I'm not sure what I did to them, but I got lucky here, and this bot, I guess, decided that I'm not interesting enough. What do you mean immune? You are on fire. Be a good kindred and die. What the? Stop dropping your weapons, please. Oh! Goodness, someone with a minigun. Yeah, I will not survive that. Okay, that... What? Someone got me with a minigun. Then someone else ambushed them while they were trying to kill me, and yet the person who initially got me came out on top. How? Also, don't you dare disappear. That's rude. You are dead. I sure am. Was. But not anymore. Now come back, my little blood bag. Don't worry, I just need your life essence. Hey, stop touching the boob! Alright, let's see what can we do here. Once again, we have a really funky shape when it comes to the map. Alright, get some blood. Get some more blood. I don't know why sometimes you have to look at the item to pick it up. How did I get stuck here? Don't ask me. I do need your blood, so please, whoever is trying to murder me, calm down. Yeah, you got me revealed. Good for you. Ow. The one downside of this whole floating flying around is the fact that you can still get shot. Why? Why are people so darn interested in me? Really? Oh, this is the same maniac. Yeah, no surprise there. Absolutely no surprise. And I start to see that this archetype is a bit more difficult to play, perhaps. It's more of a supportive one. Let me see, level what? 100 plus, definitely. 61! I honestly can barely believe that someone gets this quick with such a level, but I guess they are really into these kind of games. Defeat! Only partial. Because we did get closer to our collectible. Just a tad bit closer, but closer. We know exactly where we need to go now. The question is, will it be there? Will the collectible appear? Or it's beyond saving? It might be. As much as I want to find all of the collectibles, it seems like they are sometimes more than missable.
I think you will enjoy this.
Oh yeah, certainly. What? Also, I want to figure out how to use the blood lens better, because I don't know how the aiming of it works. You get this magical circle overlay, but I don't know how accurate you have to be. It doesn't necessarily have a crosshair that you can use. It's also rather slow. You don't just throw it right away. There is a bit of time while you kind of conjure the blood, and in many ways why I'm having trouble with this archetype is because you can't get right into battles. You have to keep your distance. I think I got the location there rather precisely. Skill issue. Most definitely. Given that I'm playing this archetype for the first time today, yes. Yes. But I don't necessarily have the time to get any better. So I'm gonna try to enjoy it as I can. Okay, where the freak am I? I don't exactly know where it is. Oh, there it is. Okay, it wasn't that close. Here you are. Okay, so it is here just for a really brief time. But it is here. And now we try to get to the slaughterhouse again. No. I mean, we should go to the southwest of it, which is the corner of the map. I don't think we will get that. So let's try to practice our aiming here. Wow, I hit multiple of them, so maybe it has a bit of an area damage. Could you please not? So the other thing why it's slightly difficult for me to play this archetype, I love if the character would actually get into that room there. But why it's difficult? Because you rather often make yourself is vulnerable to getting attacked. While you are levitating, you are out in the open. While you are getting the blood lens going again, you are open to get murdered any moment, like with this character. You know, I'm proud of getting that scream. That was a pretty neat kill. Thank you, Elior. Welcome in. So indeed, you can do some interesting things with this archetype, definitely, but you have to be really cautious, because when you come up against players who deal damage extremely quickly, you are at a slight disadvantage. Let's get to dinner. Don't you dare. Motherfucker! That was my dinner. Don't care if you come up to the freaking ceiling or the sky or wherever you want to go. You do not mess up my poor dinner. Look at all that blood. Look at all that wasted blood. And the vampires in Africa are starving. Alright, where are we going now? 31 players left. Oh! Ah! Come on. Let's try this. I guess that was not bad. You can start with it. But other than the 50 damage, it's not really useful. And you are, I would say, better off just firing your gun. You can really easily deal 50 damage with most automatic weapons. I mean, except if you are using maybe shotguns only, then you can use this blood lance as a long-range weapon. Stop showing your butt to me. Really? I was so close. How goes the achievement hunting? Not bad. Not bad at all. I am only missing, I do believe, 2 trophies. One of them being the platinum. And the other one only requires me to enter a certain type of shop. I think 25 times, and I am already above 15. However, the collectibles that I try to get are proving to be a bit more difficult because they are slightly bugged. Unfortunately, you collect octahedrons in this game, and as it turns out, some of them don't appear at all. Some of their locations and the hints about their locations don't necessarily line up. So one told me that I should be looking around here, and in reality it was actually here. And some of them, even though they spawn at the start of the match, they just disappear after a few minutes, and that makes looking for them extremely difficult because if you don't know where to look, you don't know if you are not finding the collectible because you are looking in the wrong spot or because it already disappeared, and that makes it a bit tricky. But how are you doing, Timbet here? That was a complete and utter freaking miss. I'm good though. This game was getting shut. Yes, this game is indeed getting shut down on the 28th, which, if I'm not mistaken, is next Tuesday. But I am happy to hear that you remembered my trophy hunting plans with this game. Yeah, that wasn't so bad. I got quite a lot of damage in there. And we got the collectible in the beginning that we were missing. So we have part one of both of the storylines we are looking for out of the 10 in total. Ah damn, I thought it was already supposed to have happened and they changed their minds. Unfortunately not. Now, it was announced that April 28th would be the last day, or the day of the servers getting shut down. I do not know the exact time of it happening. And today, actually, there was a tiny change, because the server message started appearing that you can see in the bottom left corner, announcing the server shutdown. So unfortunately no, they did not change their minds, even though I would have loved to see players flocking to this game and trying to save it and showing the company that there is something here that shouldn't be wasted. But to be honest, the battle royale genre is already past its prime. I think now these extraction shooters are the trendy games, and the free-to-play market is extremely saturated. You have so many free-to-play games that you can jump into at any moment, and this game couldn't really succeed within this world that it was put into. As much as I think it was the right call to make it free to play, because for multiplayer games you need players. And I think one of the stupidest thing a company can do is release a fully multiplayer game at full price, because you will not have the player base at all. And those few that will actually pay the full price, they will just not have enough of a player base to play with. And it gets old playing against bots really quickly. 100 FTP live service is extremely prevalent right now. That is true. That is true. I think companies still try to get a piece of the pie when it comes to free-to-play live service games, because it's a really lucrative business. In theory, as I heard, there's more money in free-to-play games than full-priced ones, which is kind of a contradiction, but it's true. However, the problem is, in my opinion, is that these same companies don't realize that as much as you can overprice cosmetics to stupid levels, the game has to be fun to begin with, because otherwise the players will not be spending enough time in the game to care about cosmetics and considering buying them. The other problem is the game has to be fun for those players who don't spend money on it, because otherwise you will not have the player base to make the matchmaking quick enough to be able to have players categorized into different ranks so you can play against others on the same skill level as you are, which you can see in this game not working at all, since the player base is rather tiny. And so even though I am level 50, I think 56 right now, I am getting into games where I get killed by players level 3 or 400. Actually, just today we reached a new height, someone above level 500, which is just insane. And as much as the developers should reward those players that spend as much time in the game and spend years honing their skills, it kind of hurts the gameplay experience of those who are not as good, because they get murdered really quickly. But it also hurts the gameplay experience of the skilled players, because they get thrown in to a match with me, and I'm certainly no match to them. So they don't get the challenge, and it gets boring to them, because well, I am really no match to 2 years of experience, and that's why I think that so many of these free-to-play games fail, because the companies only see that you can make a lot of money this way, but they don't realize that first of all, you need to have a good game. You have to make the microtransactions such that it's not overly obvious that you are ripping off your players. You have to make certain things cheaper, so players who don't want to spend hundreds of euros on things can still get something, such as a battle pass. And you need to constantly update it. And I think that's the part that kind of gets forgotten about, that as much as you can make a lot of money with these games, constantly developing a game costs a lot. And you have to add new things, because the moment you stop, players will just be like, well, this game is dead, let's find the next one. And it takes a long time to get players to that point where they are not as easily willing to switch to another game, because they already spent so much of their time and money on yours, which is a real thing. And some companies really play into that. But when you are just starting out, you have to make a good game. And this game, I talked about it multiple times, so it might have failed. It certainly has its flaws, but maybe it's as simple as it doesn't belong to this genre, because this is a somewhat horror themed realistic looking and more serious game when it comes to its tone and world, and it's strictly 18 plus. So you are already limiting your player base. Something fierce. Because you got rid of all the kids. And as much as that is the right call when you are creating a game set in the world of Vampire the Masquerade, children have more time to play games. They have the extra time to try out free-to-play games and get into them and spend some crazy amounts of time to keep up with the new updates, which is actually one of the reasons why I kind of gave up on live service games, because they ask the player to spend so much time constantly playing the game that I just wasn't willing to waste that time anymore. That is the truth. I miss having that much time. I know. And also there is the fact that kids, some of them at least, as much as they don't have an income, they can maybe ask their parents for buying them a pack of the currency in the game, and then they can spend it on whatever. So through the children, in a way, the gaming company is able to get the income of an adult who is not even maybe interested in games. So it's kind of a hack, right? Because when you are thinking as a gaming company, the industry has a certain amount of people who are considered to be the consumers, like gamers, so to speak. But if you target children, then you actually get to a demographic who is not even interested in games, yet they still pay for them because their children want to play those games. And I understand the appeal of all that money when the companies look at those things, but I feel like they went a bit too far with the getting the players addicted and making returning to the game a sort of daily habit. Because to me, when I saw how you have to log in every day, you have to play a certain number of matches, you have to do this, you have to do that, there's a timer on everything, and it plays into the fear of missing out to the point that I kind of was pushed over the line to realize I will miss out on this anyways, because there is no way that I can do all of these things that the game asks me to do within this time limit. So it sabotages itself. Or the parents have the card connected with unlimited access, and that kids makes a big mistake. Yes, that is also true. I wouldn't want to say that is the the expected outcome, as much as I'm sure that companies are aware that he's an option, and they sure mention it in their terms of service that they offer no refunds, because when it comes to companies, the money is only flowing one way if they have a say-so in it. But that can absolutely happen. And that's again one of those things that as much as I understand that companies need the profit, that's why they are working, right? They have to make money to pay for the developers and everything else, and actually create the games and pay for the servers. However, I still feel like that through their messaging and their behavior, they can show that as much as they are out for your money, there are certain limits to what they will do. So for example, in this game, even though the active development ended back in 2023, you could still buy tokens through microtransactions, that is the in-game currency, and you could spend that in the store, and you could get outfits and all that. So even though the game was no longer getting updated, it was still running. It still had Twitch drops, for example. It still had a working store, and you could spend your money. And then they announced that the servers will be shutting down. And when they did that, they disabled all the microtransactions. So no longer can you spend your money on the game. It is impossible. It was just removed from the PlayStation Store, and I think on Steam and everywhere else. And I see that as a nice thing, because they openly announced that the game will no longer be accessible. All the things that you already purchased will be gone, and you can't fight with that. That's how live service games and online only games work. You can argue with that, but it is not the fault of this game. It is the structure in which these kind of games work. But they made sure that you can no longer spend your money on the game, since it will pay for things that will disappear for a fact. And they know when that will happen. And that's something that I like. That they didn't bank on someone spending more money, maybe so they can get everything in the game before it goes offline, or by mistake because they didn't read the announcement. They just said, no, this has been it. And the similar thing that they did when active development ended, they didn't just abandon the game altogether. They said that certain systems that are necessary for the game will be turned over to the players. So in the game, every week you have different legendary weapons appearing, different artifacts appearing, which are items with special abilities, and the map rotation of Team Deathmatch changes weekly. And I assume, once again, I wasn't around before in the kind of golden age of this game. I assume back then the developers decided these things. But after the announcement was made, there were no developers to work this out. And so they made an update and added the community vote. So the community can vote on the team deathmatch maps, on the legendary weapons, on the artifacts. And it's a system that's been working for the last almost 3 years. And I like that they added this option. Much like how they added a free pass, but since they were aware that people will with time reach the end of this pass, and then what? They made it infinite. So every time you level up in the pass after level 100, you get 100 tokens, which is the premium currency. So even if you are not paying anything, you can still gather slowly tokens and spend them in the store. And those are the kind of things that make me respect the developers of this game and actually care about the game. Because it was shown that they care, at least a bit. And I know it sounds extremely cynical, but in today's world, in the current state of the gaming industry, that is a huge deal. Because it honestly seems like that certain companies really do not care one bit about their players. All they care about is profit. And sometimes, which is fascinating, sometimes they even sabotage themselves through this mindset, because they are like, what would bring us a lot of money? But there is this new trend. Okay, let's do that new trend. Well, the players hate it. Let's still do that new trend because that's the new trend. But the money we make is actually going down. The players must be stupid. The new trend is good. Let's keep pushing. The income and the profit is non-existent. Well, it seems that even though the trend is perfect, maybe the current state of gaming, not our company, definitely not our company, is in a bad spot. And it seems that despite our best efforts at being complete morons, the company just outgrew the size that can be supported by such a game. So the answer is just fire half of the developers, because that will fix in everything. And push more of the trend, because that will be the next big thing. And I'm sure some people know rather obviously which game I'm talking about. But the sad thing and the terrifying thing is I'm not really talking about one given game. Because there are so many companies doing this same exact stupid thing. And I have no idea why they can't just listen to the players. Because the players are the ones who actually pay. So it would be really obvious. If they say we want this and we don't want this, well, do what they want and they will spend more money. It's really stupid easy. You all got phones, PTSD flashback. Oh yeah, you got phones, absolutely. But as much as I understand the reference there, let's not even get into mobile gaming. Because as much as I don't play mobile games, I did try out the new Resident Evil game, which lagged along on my tablet. And I have to admit, I was absolutely amazed and surprised by the pricing. Things are so overpriced on mobile, in games with microtransactions. It's unbelievable. There are items within games that cost more than a new pre-order game on console or on PC. A full-priced one. I could not believe it. And it's not a once-off. It's not something special. It's every day. It's like, there is a week-long event. Here, spend $100. Next week, there's a new event. We made this completely pointless cosmetic item and you can spend $60 on it. And I'm like, well, $60 is mighty lot. Well, is it limited? No, everyone can buy it, but it's limited to this week. Okay, is there any effects to it? No. In-game items are insanely pricey. Yeah. I'm so sorry, I need to run. Good luck with getting your trophies. Thank you so much, Timbatir, and thank you again for the wonderful conversation. Good luck with whatever you are about to do. And let's see this collectible. We finally found the first one. Next one is by the Sky Bar, or near the Sky Bar. I have to say I'm getting suspicious of these words: near, at, by. But let's jump into another game and look for these collectibles, even though we are already at around 4 hours. But I do want to do one thing, and that is what we set out to do. So I will not stop until I finally get to blow someone up. I mean, blow someone up with the blood in the blood lens. Get your heads out of the gutter, okay? It's not my wording. It's your dirty minds. Okay, so it says southwest of the slaughterhouse. That's great because there is literally no southwest of the slaughterhouse. The slaughterhouse is right at the edge of the map. Okay, I guess we are running. Because we have how many minutes to find this? Okay, it should be somewhere here. Southwest, 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 come on! This is as southwest as it gets. I think that's just water, so we're not getting there. Oh great, I have half a minute. It was southwest. Oh, there it is. But this is the slaughterhouse. This is not southwest, this is southeast. This is the building of the slaughterhouse. Well, whatever, let's move to the next one. Let's not get caught up in directions. I already made a fool of myself with those. Oh, 2 keys. How useful. Okay, next one is near the sky bar. Where is the sky bar? Sky bar, yeah, we are not getting there. And that's the other reason why collecting these takes quite a few matches, because oftentimes you just cannot make it to the other location in time. But hey, we got one. So now it's time to blow someone up. Really, now there is no one around. Not a freaking cricket is breaking the silence here. But whenever I actually try to look for collectibles, oh no, then everything goes south. And I mean south. Not slaughterhouse. Southwest. Hand of glory. Someone is already invisible. Lovely. Okay, I hear some shots being fired. There is an entity checkpoint here. So I guess they found someone. Yes, someone was up there. Well, let's go. Let's run into it. Interesting, this is a, I guess, pharmacy, but you can't enter. Well, let's hope I don't get murdered here. No comment. Absolutely no comment at this time. Where the heck is my target? But they died. No way that they died. Absolutely no way that they died. Well, I guess if we are here, we might as well get the rare item, which is already gone. Fantastic. Well, look for someone else. I'm not sure if they dodged a bullet there or I did by not getting into a fight with them. I mean, they literally dodged a bullet. That's for sure. Plenty of them, actually. Or I just missed all of them. I feel like it's more on me than them. But hey, I can make anyone look good in such a game. They are certainly fast. 50, okay, we got around 100 damage. And we freaking lost them. I think the shot came from there. Sorry, some sanguine blood is just difficult to resist. Stop leaving your waste behind. It's rude. Not sure who this is, but they sure love running around. They are also sure good at fighting, which makes me wonder why they don't want to fight with me. Maybe they like me. Who knows? It's not difficult to have a crush on a vampire. Especially if they are Toreador, which I am not playing as right now. Well, I guess we'll meet again. Or not. For now, I still have to find someone. I really cannot believe that I can't find a single easy target. I'm okay with the bot. I have nothing against bots. How in the frick did I deal 250 damage and not down someone? I guess they had some sanguine resonance and they managed to heal just a few points of health while I was actually running at or shooting at them. Oh, that was actually kinda nice. Starting to understand why people might like this flying around thing. I'm still looking for a target. I'm not giving up my goal of blowing someone up. Oh, come on. These freaking greased up rooftops. Okay. I did not know where they got killed, by the way. I got here to this spot by complete another accident. I'm happy I did. Now what I need more than anything is sanguine blood, as always. But more than that, some potent blood, because I want an extra life. And I'm not seeing any potent blood. Well, armor, that's useful. I'm not saying no to armor. And it seems we can put on armor while looking at the map. That's something I didn't try before, or at least I don't remember trying it before. Of course I'm in the wrong spot. When was I ever in the right one? Well, sometimes it happened actually that I was in the right spot. Rather rarely. Let's look. Wait. No. I'm not falling down there just yet. Yep. You don't have to press the X when you hit a wall. I don't know why, but my aim just went all the way to the right when I tried to get it just a bit moved to the side there. Is that 575? I think it's a new record. Why? Why can't I have one nice match against simple bots? But I will not give up. I will get to blow someone up. But we got the southwest of the slaughterhouse. So now we can go to the sky bar, and maybe that will be a better spot for our little hunt.
Look at you.
Because that is more in the center of the map. Next one is by the helipad. Okay, let's write it down. Start it up. And wait for the magic to happen. And by magic, I mean the game to start up. Now, in theory, I can look at the people in Elysium. And I can see their levels. There's no one here with 100 plus level. Yeah, let's forget about that. So indeed, under the socials you can add friends. You can also add the people in the same Elysium to your friend list or invite them to a group. It also says if they are alone or grouped. You can see it says Elysium with a green dot there. They can be invited to group, and some are already grouped with a bluish dot. And here you have the invitations for group invitations and friend requests. So the social aspect of the game is already can be seen as rather intuitive. It's nothing overly complex, but I think it works nicely. Now, it's a good question if it was a good idea to have a unique system for profiles, but I think most shark mob games do that. And so, indeed, you have to register there as well. Now, we are going to the Sky Bar. It says near the Sky Bar, but I think my best bet is actually to go up to the Sky Bar and look around, because again, you can find these collectibles rather easily with your heightened senses. So this, I think this is the building of the sky bar. I'm just kind of behind it here. Oh! Aha! I can fly! So this is the sky bar itself. Let's look around. Nothing that I see here. We have this entire square here, which makes things a bit tricky. But I don't see anything on this side. Let's take that. Honestly, I have to admit, I'm not sure what that is, but I think it's just a light. However, we have a nice target there. So let's try to get them. Maybe having a better weapon than the starting pistol would be a good idea. But then again, who doesn't like a little challenge? You have good aim. Give you that. And you are not about to leave me alone. Why do I think that I got another player? Yeah, right away I got another player. Yeah. And that's kind of why you can't multitask with collectibles and fighting, because it will not end well. I am not finding this collectible anywhere, however. I mean, this is near Sky Bar. That was 90 damage. It is useful that you can see their outlines just for a bit of time. Okay, I think we are close. Oh ho 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 ho! Yes! Finally I managed to blow someone up. Ha ha! Let's do it again. Ow. Stop it! I want to blow you! Oh. Wait a moment, I need to recharge. Oh! I said I need to recharge. Hopefully they cannot get me! With a crossbow. Really? Okay, just a second, okay? Just a second, nothing crazy. Nah, come out. I hope you didn't heal. What? You healed? That's cheating. And here I was waiting for a fair fight. Alright. I mean, they can always have sanguine blood, so no surprise there. But hey, we are at the helipad actually, and the other collectibles should be by the helipad. So I guess let's go up here and take a look. Oh, there's something. A thin line. Right there. Well, my friend, you can shoot for shit, which is nice. Because I thought I was alone with that. Did you really have to jump down just now? Huh? Did you? I guess that boat just kind of got lost in thought. Well, let's fly out of here. Ha ha. Oh, goodness. And I think that's a blood stain left by someone's ability, which means there's another Tremere around. Well, we did get one of the collectibles, and we did get to blow up someone, so I think that's a win. I would like to find some potent blood, however. No, one thing that I'm noticing now is there are more players as opposed to just bots. So maybe even long-time players or those who stopped playing the game before decided to return for the last week, which is nice. That would also explain the rather high levels. I'd like to say that I wasn't hit by the person whom I was fighting with, but it is a clever idea from this player to use the invincibility against the red gas. And players are actually fighting within the red gas. What the heck is going on? And how did you find me in here? I have a feeling I died because of the red gas, actually. What is your level there? I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I need to check this on a bigger screen. Give me a moment. Give me a moment. This is unbelievable. I need my glasses. 508. Goodness. I don't even want to know what kind of a player got to down them. Level 47. I guess, yeah. It is possible to be good even if you are low level. Not me. I'm representing the. Did they really hit that player mid-air with a revolver? I mean, maybe, but they. Here's the thing. Right next to their names, they have the Shark Mob logo and not the PlayStation logo, meaning that they are not playing on PlayStation. And since this game is only available on PlayStation 5 and PC, that means they are playing on PC. So their aim might be better because they are using a mouse rather than a controller, which is understandable. As far as I know, it is possible to turn off the cross-platform play, but it would considerably lengthen the matchmaking time. Sorry, I just got kind of caught off guard by the level of this player. Yeah, that's great, but could you return, please? 575. Even my screen was like, that's insane. That's insane. My capture card just said, you know what? Enough is enough. Like, stop it. And I can agree with that. And this player is actually playing on PlayStation. So I'm not saying that the players who use a mouse and keyboard are at an advantage. It does allow for a more accurate way of aiming. I love how they are not even fighting within the game map. They are kind of just running out into the red gas. So I'm not saying that they are obviously at a disadvantage or at an advantage, and players who are using a controller and playing on PlayStation 5 are at a disadvantage. Obviously you can be really good both ways, but since I played games both on PC with a mouse and keyboard and on PlayStation with a controller, I think it's safe to say that with a mouse it's easier to be accurate. Then again, you can turn off crossplay in this game, like in many other multiplayer games. And especially when it comes to a shooter like this, there is obviously a rather big difference with what kind of a controller you are using in the way of a controller or a mouse. But I can get murdered by PlayStation players just fine. So I'm not looking for excuses here. It's crazy. It's crazy what these players are doing. So again, yes, there is a level of playing like this one where you just don't even know what's happening. I mean, this player just dashed through the other one while falling down. I can't even follow them while spectating. My fighting style is much more rigid and static than this, and I had to accept that this is what the peak of this game looks like, and there's a good chance that I will never reach it. And honestly, I don't really want to. I never wanted to spend so much time in this game to reach this level. And overall in PvP games, I never wanted to go into a game with the plan to get really good at it and spend hours and hours just perfecting my aim and playing playing training maps or something like that, especially in multiplayer games. In single player games, I'm willing to spend more time to hone my skills, but I know in multiplayer games there will always be someone who's better, and I'm fine with that. I much rather play through 10 single player games in the same time as it takes to get barely decent at something like this. But with that, I think we reached the end of our stream, and we got another collectible here in the stories. And the next one is southwest of Divine Disco. And this one is near the Sky Bar, which unfortunately I couldn't find. But hey, we found the one by the helipad, so let's rule that out on my little note list. One last thing that we should take a look at, since that's the last type of collectible I did not mention before, is the personal mementos category. Now the intel and the stories are unlockable by finding octahedrons hidden throughout the map at certain locations. The clues can be unlocked by finding randomly appearing octahedrons in loot points. The personal mementos, however, are rather interesting because they can be found in Elysium. So let's look for them really quickly. I had fun looking for these because I could only go off of their names. One is here right behind Kirill. The vandalized portrait. It is the portrait of a powerful Ventrue, and this plays into the sort of rivalry between the Bruja clan representative Kirill, who is also the sheriff of Prague, and the Prince of Prague, who belongs to the Ventrue clan. They don't necessarily see eye to eye, and so Kirill had a bit of fun with this portrait as a sort of sign of disrespect. Now the other two are up here. One is the Bruja comic, which is a rather fun one. A comic highlighting the nature of Clan Bruja, which shows this kindred looking for the right tool to fix this watch, and the tools are all different sized hammers, which shows how other clans, especially the Ventrue clan, who thinks of themselves rather highly, somewhat looks down on the Bruja clan and think that they are somewhat simple-minded and they want to fix everything with violence, which is partially true and partially just a generalization. And then we have the third, which is a painting. Move along, alright. Now I did find these by myself only using the names of the collectibles to get a hint. And I have to admit the vandalized portrait was the most difficult to find. it was rather nicely hidden behind the counter right next to Kirill. And this is, I think, the third one, a painting depicting the decline of Carthage. This painting is from the personal collection of a Ventru who used to reside in Prague. The kindred is long gone, but this artwork still hangs around the Elysium. So again, it shows the longevity of the kindred, not only when it comes to one specific individual, but their kind overall. And it shows that to M, it's rather important that even though she is the Prince of Prague and in a way represent all the clans and all the kindred within the Camarilla, she is proud of being a Ventru, and this painting is from a Ventru kindred. Though it also shows that they are rather wealthy most of the time, and they can afford such art pieces. Now, there is interestingly a safe here. I think this is the same as the ones we can find scattered around Prague, though there is no way to open it.
Evening.
Most of us don't think too much about final death. Those of us who do are usually close to it. Final death is something I don't think I mentioned before as a term used in Vampire the Masquerade. It means exactly what it says, the final death of a kindred, so when they cease to exist. In a way, they already die when they are turned from a human to a kindred, but this time it is final. So that's why it's called exactly that, final. But with that said, I think it is time to call it a day and find someone to raid. Whom shall that be? Whom shall that be? No, I need a fitting game here. Well, I guess as fitting as I can find. Vintage story. A bit of a more cozy game after all the carnage here. Now, as I said, the game is nearing its end, and this was kind of the last stream in my series showcasing what it was like and all the clans and archetypes it had. In the past month or so, we looked at all 9 archetypes, and as much as I don't think I could do justice with all of them, I hope that I was able to highlight some of the rather wonderful details in this game and why, as much as it was a financial failure since it is getting shut down, I think it was a rather unique and fun game to those who enjoy this world, this universe of the Kindred, and those who actually got to experience it. Now I might return to this game one more time next week. We'll see if the servers will be stable enough. But for now, I thank you so much for joining me throughout this adventure, seeing the absolutely magnificent city of Prague and getting a taste of what it is like being a vampire and upholding the most sacred of rules, the Masquerade. It was fun. But with that said, it is time to raid, and today we are going to be raiding Zeph, who is playing Vintage Story. Now, Zeph has been using a new, somewhat animated PNG tuber model, which looks absolutely magnificent. If I'm not mistaken, they drew and colored, and I wouldn't be surprised if they also animated this lovely model. So please say hello to Zeph and perhaps congratulate them on their new looks, because it is rather wonderful. What else should I say? It's not much. Just enjoy the view, have a wonderful day, and as always, good night.